So we've got 10 tokens hit the mark, which I'm going to hit the refresh. That's just to tell you what it is. It's earn the required number of personal points when defending sectors, 20,000. Battle result counts only if you win. The most ridiculous of all ridiculous missions. Don't ever try to complete that. Jeez. Love yourself better than that, please. And we get a much better one. Earn the required number of base XP while flying heavy fighters or attack aircraft. This one is progressive, so fewer points to get in period 1, more points to get in period 3, which I always like. Become one of the top 3 in your combat group by the number of destroyed air defense aircraft, the required number of battles for 1 token. No progress on that one, and no progress on the 4 token either. We finished all our missions yesterday. Destroy the required number of aerial targets in a single battle with 14. Now, there are weekend missions. I'm just going to tell you in advance. Oh, hey, Fallen Angel, how's it going? We are not going to complete these weekend missions. The rewards are very, very small for the amount of push-ups in the mud Wargaming is expecting us to do, so it's just, I'm going to go over them, but 5,000 personal points in a single battle while flying tier 2 to 10 American multi-role Japanese fighters or Japanese multi-role fighters. And that gives you a 50% bonus to credits and experience. We've completed it incidentally 5 times so far. And part 2 is 3,000 capture points for destroying aerial targets while flying tier 2 to 4 American multi-role fighters, Japanese fighters, or Japanese multi-roles. Then destroy 40 enemy aircraft while defending sectors, flying tier 5 to 7 American multi-role, Japanese fighters. No Japanese multi-roles. I guess there aren't any that low tier. It starts with the Jawas, doesn't it? And then we have the period 3 mission, 100,000 hit points of damage to our aerial targets while flying tier 8 to 10 American multi-role Japanese fighters or Japanese multi-role. And that would give us 2 unique supply crate for having done that considerable amount of push-ups in the mud. We also get 20% bonus experience if we destroy 1 bomber regardless of what we're flying. So that's pretty interesting. Yeah, just not worth it. Not worth it this weekend. Too restrictive as far as what you have to do it in for very, very little reward. So I think we'll do our usual, start in 3 and then move up 1 tier every match. And then do all over again. We'll see how many times we get through the cycle. I think I'll start with the DO17Z7 today. Sorry if my voice sounds a bit hoarse compared to usual. I'm still getting over a little cold. Well, a little. Wasn't so little a few days ago and better now, but I've coughed the lung out for, what, 5 days now? Something like that. Finally just getting a bit better. And here we go, there's that cough. Alright, while we wait, just go do something quick. Sepacol lozenges, whatever you call them. They're round, they're not really lozenge shaped, but should help a bit.
Attention, you are entering the combat zone. Get ready.
Alright, what do we got? We are up tiered. On our side we have Cricky in the S510, one of the rare planes we don't have. and Christian Luchega and the I-16 experimental, and then Nikosap from BSSF in the F-11C2 on the other side. 4 garrisons and a airbase in the middle.
Approaching the front line. Off we go.
No, it's right the way it is. All right. Only half the ground targets we targeted went down. It's better than none, I guess.
Alert pilots. Large enemy force spotted over the airfield.
We had to cheat towards the side of the armored sections on the anti-air gun cluster and did not do so enough. Ideally, you shoot down the gun with your guns and then just hit the armored section square. That usually does it. Not sure what he was waiting for to start shooting there, but we lost the kill. It's a gunner picking his nose, basically. Whoop! That's a mountain. Or a mound. Well, we've already pulled a bub. First came in. Wasting no time today. Even player right there. He's giving us an angle. Mistake. Oh, he's trying. Of course, he's not going to be able to keep up with our engine power. He's a tier 2, I believe, even. Hoping we'd set that on fire. Oh, those are trees. Prototype 0 or model of a Japanese fighter from before the 0. I guess it's the -1. Let's call it that. Oh, another -1 here of some sort. Maybe a -2. Alright, we have 3 sectors. That's what I wanted to see. And we're not too far behind on points. Bit of a rough start, but... we've come back in less likely scenarios. Right, we've got the 4 corners. Just the middle left to play. Much lower likelihood of capturing a central airbase than a side garrison, so always keep that one for last.
Do you read me? Over.
Yeah, we'll double up this one.
We have complete control of the skies. Way to go. We cannot support you any longer.
Just gonna let the heal complete itself.
Do you copy? Over.
Oh, we got the assist at least.
Victory is in sight. Keep it up.
-1 is back. Yeah, that's
Great job today. We'll be
hate to tell you about heavy versus multi-role or light fighter head to head like that. That was a foregone conclusion at this point, but still not what you want to do. Oh, and we got steel birds. I think we just barely got that at the end, thanks to our 2 head-to-head humans there. Alright, let's put a filter for our mission here. Is any a choice of attack aircraft or heavies in 4? I guess the question is attack aircraft or heavy. Let's give the Elbish a run. Not the most winning plane, especially solo. It gets into a bit of trouble if it's down tiered, but we'll give it a shot. Pardon me.
Attention. You are entering the combat zone. Get ready for battle.
And we are up tiered, thankfully, but the team is down tiered by 1 player. That being said, we do have 3 specialized planes to their none. So our teammates are Insane Wacko in the F3F, Snoopy in the P-35, and Rockin' Mike in the Wirraway. And the opposing team is TikTok in the AR2, Kunz in the BF-109B, Nivek in the Bish 1, and CX Matput 4S. Oh man, yeah, okay, I know what that stands for. Never mind. EI-16 experimental, but he disconnected, so it's 3 of them really for them. Should probably start with the military base here, but I like the B option, especially if they spawn me right next to the airfield on the left side of the starting group, taking the airfield first and then challenging their military base second. And don't be shy about going after air targets in this situation. There we go. So we know the big target's gonna be down here somewhere. So we can dive a little bit to gain more speed, but it flips unfortunately just before we get there. It does give us enough time to kind of do a holding pattern, waiting for it to unlock. I prefer that happening to when I'm just entering the sector, and I have time to stay away from danger until the sector unlocks, because there's nothing worse than being stuck dogfighting in a GA in a locked sector and no possibility of gaining anything from that really. Only thing that can happen is your hit points go down and then you die. Don't know if 2 bombs gonna be enough. Nope. We'll have to come back. Looking to get rid of my last one so I can start reloading. There we go. About 1,000 points of damage to cause. Take down this target. There we go. And we need 1 ADA or 2 small ground targets to finish. Might be easier to get 2 ground targets. Especially now that we have our bombs back. Going 2 just to be sure. And also to get rid of all my bombs.
We've captured the enemy military base. Things should get easier now.
Interesting that our military base still hasn't flipped on our side of the map. Just gonna take my time here, go cruise speed, let the boost reload. There's nothing that is especially urgent right now, and here we go, we have superiority. So. Sorry, buddy. We killed that ADA. Well, they all got killed at the same time. Look at them respawning.
Way to go! Victory is close. Victory is ours.
An
We're
easy
waiting
win.
for your return.
Take it. Not a lot of points, but only got to play 2 sectors, really. Not a whole lot of progress on Roar of the Skies. 1100 base points, that's not a lot. Well, we did get 3100 into it, so 6900 left to get. We're now going to period 2. Alright, even more choice in period 5, but all heavies. There's not really any playable ground attack aircraft to speak of. Certainly not the IL-2 mod neither. Not a lot of good choices for GAs in 5 and 6. Maybe SC-100. Let's do it. Seems to be a pretty active tier right now. 35 seconds average time in queue is pretty short. And we are down tier this time. We have Galaxy Express, HMS 189, and Von Wawa on our side. Last two are in the Hurricane 2 and Galaxy Express in the F4U1 Corsair. Other side is 491962 in the P51A. Niagaton in the S199. Volca CG in the F4F, and Leo the Lion in the KI-45. So we're down tiered by one player as a team. And individually we're down tiered as well. Not sure why they're pinging the
You're approaching the front line.
mine on the other side there. Seems a bit harebrained, but we'll see. Maybe there's some sense to this apparent lack of know-how. Did we get through the first sector without having taken any damage? That should help us take this mine here. And so far we finished 0 targets in here, so we won't get credit for having flipped the sector unless we kill something with our guns right here. That's only tanks.
Large enemy force spotted over the airfield.
There we go. Just one little target left to flip. That should do it here. Ah, not enough time.
We've taken over the plant. This can bring us victory. The airfield is ours. Utilize this advantage.
Too late, I already flipped the sector. Nice kill though.
All plants are under our control. Great job. The enemy has captured our plant. Get it back under our control.
Alright, just fell short of getting superiority there. Some freshly respawned enemies. Nice and tasty. Fresh out of the oven. There we go. Like a wonderful croissant. For some reason, they're all trying to defend their mine. Well, it's their only sector left. I don't know if they're concerned about giving up superiority, but
Spit up.
I have news for you. You're not going to win with only one sector, even if it's a mine. You're only delaying the inevitable here. Now you're getting killed inside the mine, costing extra points. Doesn't even try to avoid our fire.
Air supremacy achieved.
All right. That should be over before we get to respawn, I would think.
Receiving reports about rapidly deteriorating weather conditions. The port will be unable to reach you. Do you read me? Over. I'm proud of you, pilots. Head back home.
A 500 base XP, pretty good for tier 5. Again, lots of choices of heavies in 6. Same situation as in 5, really. I think the JU-88P is kind of on the verge of being playable, but you're not going to carry a team with this plane. You're just not. We have a new pilot with the KR-102 we just earned, and we need to get him some experience, so just want to make sure this is not preventing me from getting my XP. This little bug here. All right, looking good. It's painted, right? Yeah, it's forever painted. Pardon me. Make sure we're stocked on everything. Yep. You may open the blinds for Chad.
Attention! You are entering the combat zone. Get ready for battle. Good luck.
That was way harder than it should have been.
Pilots,
Okay. Well, I didn't intend on turning right, but I guess we're going to the command center first. We are up tiered in this one. We've got Curtin in the IL-2. I'm short of breath because my little cold here. ZZYZX in the P-38F. Tasmania and the PE-2 M82 on the other side with HMS 189 and Von Wawa, both in the Hurricane 2. Yeah, it just shows up in front of us, that's for mighty nice.
Bomber squadron detected. Engage them immediately.
Tasmania already admitting defeat there. A little bit early. We're 20 points short of a McGuire. Might be able to get that in the garrison if we get there on time here. I think it might flip before we get to do anything though. Maybe not. Let's steal that tornado skill. Always steal from the bots. They certainly are asking for it. Oh, a Stuka. A Stuka bullet in it. There we go. Chad's taking a nap in the sun now. Maybe he'll come pay us a visit later. When it gets closer to his dinner time, probably will. Got an extra portion of breakfast this morning, so he's sleeping it off right now. Well, this morning. When I woke up around noon. Not exactly morning. Definitely needed the sleep though. Alright, we get the Conqueror, which indicates 450 capture points. Stole another bot skill. I'm not sorry. And we have a 20-pointer waiting right here to finish flipping the sector. Just one purple section left. Another kill stolen from the bot. It's flying that PE2 a little low. That's it, get closer. Gonna be our 14th kill to finish Steelbirds. Oh, he's hiding, yeah? Very good hiding, sir. Well done. He hit so well, he went into the mountain. Right, I think that scores us in Marseille, assuming we win. Could even go for a... I'm not going to say it. I'm not even going to mention the letter that the award starts with, but we need 3 more ground targets.
The enemy has captured the command center. Don't let them gain a foothold.
2 bombs coming, so we only need 1 with the guns, really. Ah, stolen, and I let the bomb go. Okay, we just need 1 more. Stolen 2. Who's stealing all our ground targets? All right. No, that was stolen as well. That kind of sucks. It's probably a bomber. They seem to be reloading right now, so we might be able to take this 15-pointer here. There we go.
We have control of all airfields in this area.
No, that didn't count either.
Superiority achieved.
What? And now we're dead. What the heck, man? How did we not get that last one? Maybe the counter is wrong? That is...
Victory is ours. We're waiting for your
No,
return.
no Gabreski. 4 assists on ground targets. 1 short of a Gabreski. All right. I feel a bit cheated right now, but I guess the bot's taking their revenge for my stealing so many aerial kills. Damn. Okay then. Let's do the IL-10. We've got Marina, trained foot. I think it's just the right plane for her. Kind of a long enough burst. With no, we should probably have a instead of a gas up on this, reinforced bolt carriers. We have an experimental one. We have 6 actually. Okay, you'll have to forgive me. We'll have to enhance and calibrate. Calibrate. It would be so nice. Okay, what could we get? Probably get all the rates of fire. And there's one that's only 2% though. I feel like 10% cooldown, 5% rate, 3% rate would be acceptable. But I'll take all 3 rates. Like, ooh. Cab mission going good so far. Might not be here all night. Trying to hit 478. Now the wisdom I'm being shared, and that's being shared with me, is that I should re-roll here. Should not take only +2 to end up on a 6, because the 4 is more likely to give us a positive roll next. The 8, however, is good. 0 and 8 are the best. 4 is okay. 6 is to be avoided. All right, here we are. Of course, we'll have our DPS a little bit reduced, but I'm hoping the longer burst, it gives you a much bigger percentage bonus for burst length than it does for rate, especially given that we have the bonus characteristics on rate. I'm hoping this is going to be better than the gas up. So just have to keep in mind also I have a period 2 gas up. I have to put on something else now. And we are down tiered. We do have Tanker Scout on our side with Crash Face and the KI 94-2 and the XP 72 respectively. And then we have Raicure and the XP 72, the Painter and Anthem on the other side. Painter is in the TU2, Anthem is in the P47 and the Thunderbird. This map is pretty high up above sea level for the most part, so it's hard to get at a optimal altitude for speed. Probably not going to survive very long based on that guy's presence. Crash Face giving us a hand here. Trying to get higher than the chimneys. I don't know exactly where they are, but I'd like not to crash into them. Alright, so we survived that encounter, good. There's a GA not too far. It is in fact shooting at us. There's 60 points waiting for us. Here we go. And I think we're out of targets. I have to wait for something to respawn. I'll just reload my bombs then. Reload time is just over 60 seconds. Won't take that long. Everything on fire. Gotta love Marina. Alright, there's some reds getting some kills in here. And finally we get it. Reload the rockets.
We have complete control of the sky.
Kill me all you want, buddy. I got your mine. Well, it was a neutral mine. It wasn't his, but the mine, I guess. Could change into a different plane here. I'm kind of cheap with that though. I don't want to pay to repair 2 planes and spend 2 sets of consumables. I'm gonna do it anyway. What did he say? Okay.
Keep it up. Victory is almost ours.
Is he smart enough to stay out of my range? All my engine is down. 10 hit points left. And it's over.
We'll be waiting for you back home.
Alright, don't think we scored a whole lot of base XP this time, but we did what we had to. Oh, we finished lightning fast attack. Nice, it's only 3 matches, right? So 1 token. Alright. 936 base XP. Alright. Not gonna go far with that. Only our base XP with the GA counted, of course. So let's see what we've got in tier 8. Maybe a heavy here. Only more of a heavy friendly tier than GA's. XP58 is fun. I think I'm feeling the E203 right now. Consumables all good here. We don't have a boost canister equipped on this right now. Must be a reason. We'll keep it the way it is. I think maybe we were out of boost canisters of gold ones anyway. The last time we flew it. Must have been before the last sale. Or maybe it's because it's got, yeah, it's got 32 seconds. If we manage our boost better than your average caveman, we don't really need the boost canister, in theory. I do have a heavy foot. I'm gonna have to keep that in mind. And while we wait, this overlay is kind of driving me nuts. Let's turn that off. You got a survey to turn off an overlay? Jesus. A little bit excessive, Discord.
You are approaching the area of combat operations.
All right, one-on-one against Cheers in the ME209A. We're on the higher win probability side of the map. I mean, it'd be interesting to see the actual stats on that, but I do believe starting on the side that has the 2 I call them gimmicky, but the two more than basic sectors. What happens is, you know, the red side, what's the red side right now, would take the two garrisons, would have the two command centers and the airbase typically, and then eventually the command center's attack flights will take one of the garrisons, and that being the most common scenario, obviously gives an advantage to side with the command center. Especially in a one-on-one like this with lots of variance and bot performance on either team, it is, I think, less likely to be your average match. The bots really are wild cards. The more of them there are, the least you control the outcome of the match as a human player. Well, not necessarily, but in a way. You could also say, you know, with 6 humans aside, for example, you have in theory 5 other competent players on your side, or more competent than bots, and they might have more of an influence on the outcome of the match, but as a group, the 6 humans certainly have more control over the match than 6 bots usually do. So I don't know, draw your own conclusions here. I'm kind of contradicting myself a little bit. Right, we're already out of boost. We did say we were supposed to manage the boost a bit better, and I don't think we did. Where's the CM? Oh, crit kill potential. There we go. Oh, Yak 9U, that's not good. That hits hard when it hits. Gotta make him miss as much as we can. Knowing that he has auto aim, he can hit if he just decides to. Really, with the typical scenario I was talking about at the beginning of the game on this map, when I'm on the garrison side, I try to take a garrison and then right away challenge for the airbase. It's your best chance of not having to come from behind in the second half of the match. Then I hope that my bots or teammates are going to be able to take the other garrison. No, it's never a good thing to say. I hope that other players on my team do this important thing. But that's, on some level, you can't do everything yourself. If I do manage to take the airbase, and that second garrison is not yet taken, then usually I'll head there third. If I get killed trying to take the airbase, then I'm going to respawn right next to that garrison, and that's where I head after respawning. And then at that point, usually, we're playing from behind. Playing catch-up World of Warplanes. I enjoy the overlay if I'm not streaming and alone in my voice chat and I just see my name pop up constantly. But yeah. One piece of negative feedback I'd have to say about it right now, if you care to ask, is I would prefer not to have to fill a survey to turn it off. Does that create an aberration, a paradox in the space-time continuum of Discord to give the survey feedback that you don't want to survey? That caused the server that the survey is hosted on to start producing blue smoke and sparks. I was gonna say sparkles. Maybe that too. That'd be nice.
Way to go! Victory is close.
It's another piece of feedback I have for them. There's supposed to be a keyboard shortcut, Shift and apostrophe. It's supposed to turn it off and on, toggle on and off, right? And it doesn't work. I've never had it work. I've even tried changing the keyboard shortcut. Never works for me. Always have to go into the client itself to turn it off. Are you gonna follow me with your 18 hit points? There you go. What have we learned?
The port will be unable to reach you. Do you read me? Over.
Ooh, juicy bomber. That's a lot of XP because lots of hit points. I'm not gonna get to finish it, but
We'll be waiting for you back home.
all right. Yeah. Discord. Can't live with it. Can't live without it. Check speed. We got 3,600. Wow. Didn't expect as much. Only, what, 2 chevrons, I think? What does it say? Oh, 4 chevrons. Never mind. We did cap 4 sectors. Only 10 aerial targets and 3,600 base XP, I guess. We made the most of them. Most of them were for capture points. So that would count for something. Alright, tier 9. This is my lowest win rate lane in the entire game with, you know, minimum sample of matches played in it. Below 40% in the IL-40. So we're not going to be flying the IL-40. 1099 B2 is okay in my opinion. It's not like bad or anything. Does have a tendency to stall and crash at low speed. It doesn't have kind of like an automatic like stop slowing down before you hit the stall speed like the 1102B seems to have. So yeah, that's why you see only the heavies in my favorites. P228, I've had a really hard time lately hitting with it. Got those 30s that are kind of a little iffy to hit with. F2H, always a favorite. I think we're going to do the ME262. I've had great success with it lately. Only 3 fragmentation ammo left, so we're going to change to universal ammo. Don't want to accidentally end up paying full price for that. I don't know if we need to keep the CO2 inerting system with only 16 of them left. We could do secondary control system. Pneumatic assist, not going to make a huge difference in most scenarios. Like if you're in a dogfight with a light fighter, you're not going to outturn a light fighter just because you pop a pneumatic assist. Still going to have to use your speed to get out of their range. So I think we do the secondary control system. Just proceeding by elimination. And everything's maxed out on here. Not going to start reassembling, but... Okay, good to check that once in a while. Oh, and we have air-to-air rockets, so we have the expert rocketeer thing. We still need to do steel burst. Let's try and get that done if we can.
Attention! You are entering the combat zone. Get ready for battle. Good luck.
Okay, Bobby B. Jones, our teammate in the Yak-15. And we got 3691 Hag in the FJ1. I forget what its nickname is, the FJ1. Is it the, not the Pirate, that's the F6U. Anyway, Savage Haza in the F2G. Completes the red team. 2 mines and no bombers or GAs. Well, I think the air base is going to be really valuable here, because whoever gets to change into a bomber or a GA first is going to have a serious option on those mines. Though in a heavy, we can still challenge for the mines as long as there's a few air targets there. And we can, if we need to, we can finish some half-dead ground targets with our guns. Definitely more of a sure thing with bomber or GA, of course. Might switch to the 1099B2, but I think it's not painted. Could have used a rocket there. Yeah. I was hoping we'd have the airbase by the time I died. Oh, and they're sending their 2 bombers to our mine. So I'm guessing their humans F2'd our mine, which is a mistake. I'm about to demonstrate why. Never F2, in the early game anyway, never F2 sectors on the other side. You're just sending capture points to your enemy. Expect that your enemies are gonna, your opponents, your human opponents, are going to be better than the bots you're sending where they are. If they're not, then you're gonna win anyway. So you don't need to worry about it either way.
Good job.
See how easy that was?
Now we control the plant.
Rockets. Aha. Okay, human here. I don't know where the other one is. Would like to know. And we get the revenge kill. Oh, wasted a bomb. Pretty slow reload on this thing from what I remember, so I'm gonna keep the 1 bomb.
Pilots, large enemy force spotted over the airfield.
Probably will come in handy for the mine here, because I almost hit the bomb release key accidentally. I've got very light linear switches on this keyboard, so disaster is only a feathering of a keycap away. But I got a faster response time, so it's a trade-off. ACO clear switches, if you're wondering. Might be able to take this 50-pointer with a bomb. Well, we definitely hit with the rockets, but 67 hit points short of killing him. Did he die? I don't think he did. No, he did. Okay. The red bomber trying to ruin our day here.
All plants are under our control.
We take the 80-pointer. Probably should have bombed that first. Could have taken it from us before we had a chance to hit it, but it's a stupid bot. So not thinking that deep into it, I don't think. And we got a second Rocketeer. 60-second reload time to get our rockets back for a chance at a third in the same sortie. You know what that means. I'm not gonna say it. There's a man at Wargaming Studios who is paid to watch me play and hit a big red button when I say that something is going to happen to make sure that the thing does not in fact happen. It's paid 60,000 US a year, 5.5 on overtime, and that's what his full-time job is.
Be advised, a line of thunderstorms is approaching. We'll soon be unable to provide support. Do you copy? Over.
Yeah. Hag ruins our day again, and they took our mine. So we have a large points lead, especially with the mine bonus now to absorb the shock, but I don't really want to leave things this way for too long. Squall line coming. Big concentration of red planes in the middle. Probably not where we want to be. I don't think there will be aerial targets for us to get at the mine here, but we are getting our 2 bombs back. Is that multi-wall coming after us? No. Just watching the mini-map, he was getting closer. Cause for concern a bit, but yeah, let's hit the 250 pointers, knowing the bomb is not big enough to take any of them. But we'll get us started and we can give them a pass with the guns. And even use the air-to-air rockets in a pickle. Go. 16 more points needed. There's a potential 20 here, but it'll take a while to get turned around. Yeah! Oh. I slowed down too much. Oops. My bad. It's okay, we already have this locked in.
Great job today. We'll be
See,
waiting for you
10,000
back
hit
home.
points to air targets in the tier 9. ME262 sure does damage. Incredible DPS. For me, they're not too hard to hit with. Definitely easier to handle those guns for me than the 30 millimeters on the P228 and the Javelin. I have a little bit less of a hard time with the Javelin, but all depending. I haven't played the Javelin in a long time, and I just try my luck at it. Usually I struggle the first few matches. I have to kind of calibrate my own muscle memory. And we're in tier 10 now. I think we're going to do GA, just to change it up a bit. We did not accomplish Steelbirds. Well, we'll have to play more Period 3 anyway to finish Roar of the Skies, so there's no rush to finish Steelbirds, really. We can do it when we're back in here. And our second way up the tiers. How are we doing with gold consumables? Only 13 left. Not enough heavy warheads. Yeah, there's starting to be a bit of a shortage on supplies here. I don't think it makes a huge difference, honestly, the gold consumables. Definitely the most OP gold consumable is not very relevant to GAs. It's the gold canister. U62 is basically a GA, yeah. Can definitely be used like that. I've equipped the GA gold ammo before on the Jawa. So I tend to shoot at ground targets quite a bit with it, especially if I see something with like a quarter of its hit points left or less. Then I'll usually try to poach it with the Jawa. Might be a interesting experiment to try with the 262 as well, especially the tier 9. If you don't happen to be down tiered to tier 10 in the tier 10 battle, definitely does enough damage to take some ground targets. The problem being, compared to a GA, the burst is not long enough to take in one pass, but you're gonna have to give it a few passes. But in a pickle, that can certainly work. I mean, both the Jawa and the 262, basically, if you look at the gun armament rating, they're very close to the same rating as a GA. Perhaps, you know, maybe 20 points short. That's just probably based on the burst length. And we get a bot game. Okay, so several ways to approach this here. We can do garrison and airbase with the intention of taking the mine back from the red bots. That can be a bit dangerous. More straightforward, that's kind of option B. Option A would be garrison then mine. You can even skip the garrison, or almost skip it, just use guns only to take 1 or 2 ground targets and hurry on to the mine as fast as possible, which I think is what we're going to do here. You get to the mine with 4 bombs. Otherwise you get there and they're still kind of Almost done reloading, but not quite. That can sometimes mean the difference in a very time-constrained scenario. And we finished the third kill here to help flip the sector. Yes, good. Did waste a bit of time doing that, but it flipped the sector, so not actually wasted time. It delayed our arrival to the mine, which is not a bad thing in this scenario, because now we have some weakened ground targets we can easily take. If you're the first one to get to the mine, you're just getting full health ground targets, which fine in a bomber. In a GA, you definitely prefer to poach if you can. It's much easier to do. Much more efficient. So it's not a bad thing to get there second after the enemies had their shot at partially damaging some ground targets. Of course, a bit dangerous. If they do finish their ground targets, then they can flip the sector. But okay, we know the GAs are going to come back through probably this valley here. They need I see a need to assume the boost right now. Going after 7 more air targets if we can. I don't think we've ever earned a you-know-what award in Tier 10 GA, or Tier 3 GA for that matter. So that would be a first. We've earned a few of them, including our first 2, I think, in the FW-189C. Which is basically a low-altitude heavy fighter, if played right. Slow down to stay in range. I don't think we're gonna get it. Nope. Another I-211 right here, though. We won't have time with superiority. We could repair the Führer's aircraft. He would be most pleased to see us come back to Berlin with a undamaged plane. Alright, we end up 4 aerial targets short. Never going to accomplish that after getting air superiority. That's just the reality of it. $2,600 base XP. Not terrible for Tier 10. I would really love to see the formula they use to calculate base XP. I assume it's a pretty complex formula. That's a combination of aircraft type specific missions, these 3 circles here, and by extension chevrons, but also probably largely amount of damage caused. To some extent, amount of targets, but damage, I know in the personal points formula, count disproportionately, so I assume it's the same for base XP, but it's very hard to draw direct correlation between personal points and base XP. There's definitely wide variance. For the same amount of personal points, you can get very different base XP values. So I would be really interested to see what the exact formula is. I think it's a bit of a secret of the sauce type thing that Wargaming does not publish. Just making sure we don't have any experimental parts we could be putting on that FW57. We do not. I think I prefer to keep my experimental parts for tier 4 in period 1. Tier 3 often feels a little bit... Oh, I think that's probably an Amazon delivery. Hello? Yeah, it's just Amazon. My buzzer is broken. I can't let them in. I'm gonna have to go get that from them. I'll be back in a minute or two. Right. I am back. I'm out of breath. Upper respiratory tract infections suck. Just make sure everything's working okay. Who wants to see what I got from Amazon? Hello, Johnny. How are you? Nothing exciting. It's a window fan. I have a portable air conditioning unit, but I find very energy inefficient to be running that thing when I'm going to use Freedom units for my American audience here. Got a large patio dorm on the 2nd floor, but if the wind is not blowing in the right direction, it can often be like 60 degrees outside, 85 degrees inside kind of thing. And then I'm running a portable air conditioner. It might take like a couple hours to get the temperature down by 10 degrees, if that. When if I had something pushing the outside air in, it'd be using a lot less power and would be a lot more efficient at cooling down the place. So I got myself that 20-inch box fan. That makes a greater filter for airbrush painting if you put a furnace filter in front of it. Ah, okay. Yeah, thanks. I think I'm probably on the tail end of this thing. It started Tuesday. I stayed home sick Wednesday, Thursday. I went to work on Friday because mostly I was on vacation this week, so I had to go loop some loops before my week of vacation. I also felt a little bit better Friday, so and then if you take 3 consecutive sick days in a row, they make you look at a doctor's note. So to tell you the truth, that's one of the reasons. The main reason was I had some loops to loop, but yeah.
Attention! You are entering the combat zone. Get ready for battle. Good luck.
Oh, the Four Corners map with the 2 air bases or missile bases. That means we're down to it, of course. It's a tier 4 and up map. We've got Osman PM in the 110B as our teammate. The other side has Pirate in the Hurricane 1A. And Tiger, I'll assume that's it, in the Skua.
Show me what you can do, pilots. Let's roll.
Yeah, anything respiratory sucks, of course. You breathe wet every 1 or 2 seconds. So you're gonna feel it if there's something wrong with that. At least I don't have like a fever or super tired like I was Tuesday and Wednesday. Really just a cough left as far as the set of symptoms go. Well, I guess the shorter breath too, but that goes with the cough, I suppose. They don't want to cooperate here. But we are getting some red targets incoming. "45 hit points left, that's not a lot. Might be enough to get this ADA though. Yeah, we did flip the second, nice. I think we got a mutual kill with the Skua, not even. I figured with only 45 hit points left, if we get a mutual kill, that was a good exchange.
Our military base is launching strikes on the enemy. This will make things
Seems like the team is challenging the other military base pretty good, so I think we're gonna switch into the defensive effort, given that it'll take much less time to get there than the military base on the other side. There's our devious murderer. Gotta get the revenge kill before we do anything else, of course. Also just to take away the epic potential of a human player. I've got another human after us, unfortunately. I finished the kill, yes, we got the defensive points, nice. And we tried to get out of the sector before getting killed by pirate, but no dice. They might flip it here. There we go. We do have 2 garrisons to their 1 military base, but that's not a great situation with this military base on the other side that just flipped. All of a sudden, this looks way better for us. Still 180 seconds, or a little bit more before we get our bombs back, so it's going to be hard to take that military base back without help. Left to it. You have a Weirway coming with us. I doubt that's going to be much help, but that P-35 will be a lot of help if we can catch him inside. How about that? Hurricane 1A though is more of an immediate concern, and we get both of them outside the sector. Oh no, the P-35 turned in as he was dying. Thank you, bot. That's mighty nice of you. Uh-oh. We are taking so much damage in this match. We are down tiered, that's to be expected, but to this extent. Giving myself plenty of room to turn around. I don't want him to be able to hit me before I get in range to hit him. Vector flips in the meantime. Excellent. No need to rush to this garrison. It's probably going to flip before we get there. That's fine. What we want to avoid is having to dogfight inside a locked sector for our life, in the hopes of surviving long enough to be able to get capture points. Better to stay outside and time your arrival for when it's unlocked. We were a little close to it though. Could have done like a holding pattern, a loop, to avoid getting so close to the humans. They're not going to be able to catch us at altitude, no. A Hurricane 1A is terrible altitude performance.
Way to go! Victory is close!
Seems to be going away from us. We'll let him do his thing. Be more interested in getting capture points from the ADAs than chasing that human around. And our guns overheat with 9 hit points left on target. Probably get him with the turret here. Well, I have to do it myself apparently. And it's a match. Oh, we got the salute at the end and I left too early to return it. Just rear the skies left in period 1. So I think the 110B is probably our highest performing qualifying plane in tier 4. Let's try to get as much basic speed as we can. Just checking my consumables. We don't have enough of frag ammo, no. Just haven't been getting a whole lot of gold lately because I'm Not really spending money in the game anymore. So it's been hard to keep a healthy supply of gold ammo.
You are approaching the area of
I
combat
tend to,
operations.
like I was saying earlier, I tend to prioritize more like boost canisters. I think they're a lot more helpful than gold ammo, so I've been finding myself running out of some things lately. Alright, we are down tiered. We've got a light on our side, Chief Weasel and Lieutenant Corporal Fox. In the experimental zone, the P40, and Hard Apple Cider in the XF4F3. So 3 light fighters against Julian, Sandy Dog, Cyclopster, and Osman PM, and on the other side, I'm not going to call the planes, we need to pay attention to the game here. It's a 4-on-4. Good news being down tier is we're going to score tier 5 base XP. Oh, that was a human's target. I almost stole his ADA. I thought he was a bot. Okay, 2 garrisons to 2 garrisons, but we took ours a little bit faster, so we're 12 points ahead. Can I get a gun emplacement to bomb? Oh, humans. We don't manage to finish them, unfortunately, so this is not going to end well for us. Ah, we had respawned. 2 seconds later, we could have used the airbase. Still, that's good for the team that we took it. It provides more of an upside than not being able to spawn at it. Behind by 15 points. Close match so far. Feel like we do have the momentum, and once we kind of break the balance that's going on right now, it's gonna run away from them. Just gotta deliver that lethal blow. Alright, that should do it. Oh, look at that cluster of red planes here. Got hit to save my life. Doesn't help that we're dealing with a broken tail. What is he doing? IL-2 trying to get to us at 1,000 meters up or so. While his team has fewer sectors than ours. Hate to tell you, sir, but you're not going to win a match like that. If you've got fewer sectors than your opponent and you're in the type of plane whose role is to capture sectors, then you're not getting your team closer to victory by not capturing sectors. It might feel more satisfying to go after human players on the other team, but not a winning move. Let's try to take that from the ADA if we can. Here we go.
Be advised, a line of thunderstorms is approaching. We'll soon be unable to provide support. Do you copy? Over. Keep it up. Victory is almost ours.
Right, those two bombers should help quite a bit with base XP. Providing both a lot of hit points of damage and targets that count towards all three aircraft type specific missions.
That's it. There's no way to break through for you now. You're on your own.
And we get one more kill before the end.
Air supremacy achieved.
Probably not. Might as well use the pneumatic assist at this point. Yeah, we got the assist.
I'm proud of you, pilot.
Alright.
Head back home.
Despite being down tiered, we get just barely more points than Hard Apple Cider, but 2 more chevrons. Looks like our tier 5 teammates are... I'm gonna choose my qualifier carefully here. Probably new players. Neither of them are in a clan, neither of them are specialized, so... What is the name of the DLC that hides the bot names in the tab screen? It's available on the Noble Q's Discord server. I forget what the exact name is, but not who's the AI, but that's the one that puts a star before their name, but still shows you their name. His is called I don't remember. Here, I don't want to flash his server on stream without his consent, but I can certainly... Blank Bot Pilots, it's called. And I can post a link to it. I think that would be alright. Oh. Alright, tier 5 is next. Bullfighter is a little bit enraging to play for me because it doesn't climb well. And I'm an up and down kind of player, so I end up stalling a lot in it. But it has such a powerful ordnance. If played right, it's kind of contradictory a little bit because you're expected to hit ground targets with those rockets, so you gotta get down to pretty close to ground level. But theoretically, it's heavy that you don't want to lose altitude, and you want to stay at high altitude to go after your choice targets, bombers. So it's got some inherent contradictions to it, but played right, it's good. Don't forget you have to put it in the previous version folder. Yeah, there's a bug with the current version folder right now. Thanks for the reminder, Angel. This thing goes into your res mods folder, and then whatever the previous version name is, I think 2.1. I want to say 36, but I think that's wrong.
Attention! You are entering the combat zone. Get ready for battle.
One-on-one against Opossum in the F5F. Which means we are up-tiered. Heavy against heavy. Take a Bullfighter any day over an F5F, but I think objectively that's a pretty fair fight.
Show me what you can do, pilots. Let's roll.
Lucky to have the ADA closer to our spawn point. I suppose on the other side of the map we're taking so much flak being the first into a military base. And the one sector that has the most anti-air guns out of all sector types. Which when you have a mission where you gotta hit anti-air guns, it's a really good sector to go through in a GA. But when you're trying to avoid the black fire, it's not great. The FW-89C is a great little helper there. Thank you, bot. We got the ground targets we needed to finish the sector. It's more help than we usually get from the bots. And we wasted a bomb. I figured that might be the case, but not taking any chances. Don't like this.
Our military base is launching strikes on the enemy. This will make things easier for you.
We finish flipping the sector soon enough to avoid these ADAs killing us by 1,000 cuts. There we go. Okay, stop hurting me now. You're supposed to be dead. Thank you. I'm gonna want to avoid their spawn point as much as possible. So if this is a bot, then this is a bit spawn camping, but it's a bot, so can't really hurt its feelings. Yeah, it seems to be completely ignoring us. Nope. As soon as I turn away, he comes in our direction. Has a lot of reds at that military base. I might just let them take it. Wouldn't have gotten there on time anyway. Ah. Oh, Farnsworth. Hit him. Ah, stolen. That's okay. At least we're still alive. Oh. Another potential victim for Farnsworth, our gunner. And he gets stolen too. Well, that was hardly a steal. He's not even gonna turn towards us, really? Is he dead sticking? Oh, they took an airfield, so that's not going to provide superiority if we take this sector. Well, 3 short of a Kubreski. .1.32.0. Okay. Oh wow, they've got 3 sectors all of a sudden. Bit of a bot carry. We've got a bit of a cushion to absorb it with the military base potentially going red here. This is going to be very bad if it does happen. Oh, they got a defensive kill over there, our bots. Our bots are not completely useless this match. This is good. Otherwise, we'd be in a world of trouble right now. Only 3 rockets left. I should have reloaded this a long time ago. We're down to 1 sector. First time today we're in real danger of losing a match here. Let's see if we can survive this situation. Squall line in 40 seconds. Squall line going to be the make or break for this match. Probably the human player to survive the longest after Squall line is going to win the match. Oh shit, they have superiority. We need to finish that garrison ASAP. I say as I'm trying to take the military base with not enough potential to take it. I really need to break the superiority as quick as possible here. Fuck the military base for now. Okay, thank God, the boss finished it. This bomber is going to be out of the sector when we kill it. We don't really have time to be chasing a all kills win. We need more sectors and fast. Okay, we've got our ordnance back. Rockets mere 20 seconds away. Should be able to take this military base here. Gonna hit the middle with our 2 bombs. And that should be enough to take it. But we're still down a sector thanks to their 2 military bases taking the garrison. We're running out of space to come back here. We let them keep superiority a bit too long. Gonna throw a Hail Mary and hope that the bots take this garrison. Probably not gonna happen, but it's our only hope. 6 sectors captured and we're not winning. Yeah. Well, I don't think we really deserve this loss, but that's how it goes sometimes. Let's see. Oh, he got 1,000 personal points, basically for staying till the end. He was dead sticking, in other words. So entirely a bot carry. It doesn't, you know, look like a bot carry if you look at there's a difference in chevrons, but the personal points look fairly well balanced, but sometimes a bot carry, I think Angel, because the algorithm thinks when you're using dots, I think it thinks it's a link. Anyway, well, sometimes a bot carry takes the form of the bots on the other team flipping every sector, every blue sector all at the same time within like 30 seconds. It's very hard to respond to that as one player. So yeah, that would have required us being at more than one place at the same time. And yeah, just trying to think what we could have done differently. Maybe when they just got superiority, I tried to get the 2 ADAs at the military base real quick to prepare it to get flipped later on, and then turn around and get the garrison, and I wasted more time than I planned on doing that. And I probably did not make a difference between a win and a loss, but it wasn't optimal, let's put it that way. Probably the one thing I would point out that I could have done better. All right, well, we took 8, 9, 10 matches to lose one playing solo. That's not too bad. Nothing to be ashamed of. Let's take out the new 410 for the next one. Yeah, I got over 1,000 gold fire extinguishers, so trying to use them up a bit. Okay, everything good here. Is it painted? Yes, recently even. Paint is barely just dried. Yeah, that was definitely an algorithm victory, especially given that the human player was dead sticking. It is what it is. It happens. Yeah, I figure seeing you play it match after match for hours on end kind of inferred that it's your personal favorite. I don't quite like it as much as you do. I'm giving it a chance right now. I'm setting my regular rotation, but I think I prefer the regular 410. That being said, it does some things really well. You just kind of, my approach has been to play it like the F110 BC6. Treat it like it's got machine gun range, and then your long range, high caliber stuff is more likely to hit. Trying to hit from a long distance with it is very difficult given the dispersion. So unless it's the only option I have, I'll try to hit some closer range, like medium range ideally, targets. And only make use of the long range if those are the only targets available. Alright, we are up tiered on every player in this match. Opossum somehow got into another match after dead sticking his previous one. We've got Archangel and the P40. To complete the other team, we've got Novacat in the P38F on our side. Heavily favorite in this one.
Show me what you can do, pilots.
Maybe famous last words, but we'll see. Okay, we'll wait to get a bit closer. That's a good range. And I'm going to go straight to the airbase without turning around. I want to get there as soon as possible, knowing my entire team is going to go through that garrison and will most likely finish it without me having to waste time by turning around. And then whatever distance you turn around by, well, you have to cover and go back in the other direction. So think about whatever time you're flying back towards your spawn point as being a double penalty towards getting to your next sector. So you just fly through, kill what you can on your way, try to get at least one target, move on to the airbase as fast as possible, like so. Oh, heavy above us. Might be denying that P40 for a minute or so. There we go. One shot out. Oh yeah. Nope, missed him. Thanks to our tail being broken. Opossum seems to be present in this match. And we die 65 points short of a Maguire. As long as we win the match, I'm not going to complain about the achievements. No desire to lose 2 in a row. One loss in a row is unfortunate. 2 in a row is tragedy. 3 in a row, I'm uninstalling. Or, if you prefer, my newest favorite saying, 1 loss is a tragedy, 1,000 losses is a potato. Dear God, it's hard to hit with that thing. There we go. Much easier to hit the close range targets. And this multi-roll behind us is not a threat, I don't think. And that is the way they're supposed to go. Seems like we killed most of the team. Judging by how many reds are coming out of the spawn point at the same time.
Way to go! Victory is close.
Got a little bit of a grudge against Posium at this point, so. Out there would be the unintentional benefactor of a bot carry. Oh, he's coming back. And we can't hit. Oh, I thought I had that GA pretty much dead. Alright.
We'll be waiting for you back home.
14 targets, 5 sectors capped. Pretty good game. Let's give the humans a salute. Just need more lead, yeah. I keep telling myself more lead. It's more lead than requires more lead than most planes, and you can't necessarily rely visually on where your tracers are. In reality, the way the hitbox works is you gotta lead more than just visual indicators alone would indicate. Yes, my favorite Mexican plane. Let's take it out. Leave the Yak 9U guy in, or LA-15 guy would give us a little bit more maneuverability, a little bit less speed. I prefer to, especially when there's this little maneuverability, I prefer to improve the strength than compensate for the weakness, knowing that I'm never going to get enough of a bonus to maneuverability to make a significant difference in a dogfight scenario. And we're still going to have to use the speed to get out of an opponent's range in most scenarios, if not all. So maneuverability is not going to help us. Let's go for more speed.
Attention! You are entering the combat zone. Get ready for battle.
All right, we are down tiered to a lone tier 8 Jawa, piloted by Destination. And we got D3FS in the SM91 and Kronos in the ME265 on his team. We have a Posium on our side this time in TU1. And Fitzroy in the A7M, so we're disadvantaged here.
Show me what you can do, pilots.
Let's see if we can overcome the underdog status. Osium heading there with us. He's telling me I don't want to spend too much time here. I want to head to the mine as quick as possible. We can let him finish the job here. Okay, 2 multi-walls. Are they heading back into mine? To tell, we're kind of twisted around in weird way right now. Yeah, I think they're going for the command center.
Bomber squadron detected. Engage them immediately.
Our high caliber not hitting this bomber enough to prevent the mine from flipping under our nose. Yeah, we'll let him go with a few hit points left. He's gonna have a hard time trying to cap the sector that way. You don't always want to necessarily finish your kills, especially with bars and GAs, you know. If you leave them with just a few hit points, that's almost worse. In a lot of scenarios, it is worse. Then outright dying and respawning with a fresh plane. Full health bar. Especially if you're not going to get capture points for it, and then by leaving it just a few, like 100 hit points, you can reasonably hope that they'll go into a sector and die there instead. Bit of a jerk move. If you don't use the jerk moves, the opponent will, and then you're leaving an advantage on the table. We're kind of losing badly here. Alright, that's the beginning of a comeback, hopefully. Not that far behind on points, about 100. Trying to prioritize that 60-point target. Ah, we lost the other plant, really? Yeah, this is not good. This is looking like a loss. We are certainly doing what we can to overcome here, but we're kind of being overwhelmed. Okay, there's enough blues at this mine. We're in a situation where I have no choice but to kind of trust the teammates to finish the job, as we got more sectors to cap than just that mine. So we gotta get started on that. Let's F2 it at least. Maximize chances of the teammates getting it. Hey, there we go. They did finish it in the end. That was not the best shooting. Tempest is pretty annoying, I'm not gonna lie. Now the Union Jawa coming after us. I think we're gonna die over this mine, unfortunately. Tried to keep gaining altitude to get out of their altitude maximum, I guess. That didn't work out. Yeah, we had to land our shots when we had the chance with Jawa. Letting him survive is giving him a chance to come after us. I think this is too late to come back now. We are going to lose our second match, unfortunately. Yeah.
The enemy force is too strong.
Only 7 kills. 4 sectors capped, but yeah, I think our this poor aiming in this match kind of contributed to our demise a little bit, but this was we did start a little bit underdogged, but that was definitely a winnable match. It comes down to we just didn't play our best this time. It happens. It's okay. Can't always be a record-breaking performance by definition. We just try to do better in the next one. All right. One of my favorite planes. A lot of fun to play. DO335A1. Now I really want a pilot that has the demolition expert skill. So normally, really like von Stauffen in it, but won't do as much damage with the bombs without demolition expert. So I fly my A5 pilot. I used to have demolition expert on von Stauffen, but I kind of changed my mind and took it off so that she would be a specialist of no ordnance planes. I already have the A5 pilot with 13 points as demolition expert, so she became quite a she made him, the A5 pilot, a bit redundant. D3FS, a pretty good player too. I don't know him very well, so a destination 17,000 personal points, and I don't know how many sectors they collectively captured, the humans on the other side, but I would guess it was a lot more than us. What I always look at in a defeat is how many failed attempted sector captures did I get, and at least 3 in that one that I remember. If it's like more than 1 or 2, most matches against good opponents, you're gonna lose. That's what it comes down to. because that's time that double negative, really. It's time that you expect to have spent capping a sector that not only did you not cap a sector with now, but yeah, you both spent the time not capping a sector and providing usually capture points to the other team in the form of defensive capture points. So you're kind of in two ways getting further away from victory than if you had at least scored some capture points.
You are approaching the area of combat operations.
We were in a difficult situation. And we did not rise to the occasion. Roaring Trebuchet in a P80A. Alright. He's not specialized. He's not in a clan. I don't recognize his name. Unless it's an alt account or something. I expect that to be a newer player, maybe. And even assuming the same experience in both players here, the fact that I'm specialized.
Let's roll.
It's me in the favorite seat. Losing matches when you're underdogged is one thing. Losing them when you're the favorite is not good. Okay, I have 2 bombs here I want to use ASAP. So I'm not wasting reload time. Once you start using your bombs, you want to get them all out as fast as possible. Get that reload timer started. That is, the more true, the shorter the reload time. It's a longer reload time since you're not going to get them back for a while. You can be a little bit more selective and treat the ordnance as okay, if I need like 20 capture points to finish a sector, then I'm going to use my ordnance. Otherwise, it's not the first way I'm going to use to get capture points. With a quick reload, like 90 seconds or less, use that ordnance as much as you can. Just get it out, get it reloading, rinse, repeat. Trying to get as many reloads out of a match as you can. Whereas like a 3-minute reload time, well, there's a good chance the match will be over before you get your next reload. Especially if you're mid-game, so you try to hold on and make the most out of the ordnance to score some clutch capture points with it, rather than go for volume.
Taking over the forward airfield. Nice work.
We could probably outrun with the X3. Doesn't have great range. It's not like a Yak 9U or something like that. Okay, gotta get my bombs out. Not too great at finishing those ground carriers, so that's okay. We are taking a lot of damage right now. 35 hit points left. Full health sector.
Enemy bombers inbound.
Not a good situation. think Destination, I've seen a lot of improvement in that player since I've started playing against him, since I noticed him around. Used to be pretty easy to beat, and now he's definitely beaten me more than a few times now. You know it's a match you're gonna have to put maximum effort into to win when he's on the other side. So it's good to see, well, I assume as a newer player, unless there was a name change or something. I think he's been around it most of the year. Good to see the steep improvement.
Air supremacy achieved.
Gonna smash? Nope, not quite. We're gonna smash if we're not careful. Can we get to that back flight? Probably not. It's gonna have enough planes surviving to flip that garrison in any case, so we might as well head towards that garrison. And they're dropping. Just barely avoided rear-ending it. We might end up with only one sector here. With the match almost over, though, should be okay. And we kill the human one last time, right before the end of the match, for good measure. More than double this score. We convert the advantage to a win this time. Thank you. Do bots respond to an F2 directive? They respond to exactly one. Yes, exactly. So if you F2 something and then wait, I think it's 4 seconds or so before you can issue another command, then issue another command. The first command is cancelled, and now the bots respond, or the one bot at random. Usually it's a bot that's closer to the target you're using the F key on. Then that's the only command that stays valid. That being said, just because you've F3'd or F4'd an opponent, for example, 5 seconds after F2ing a sector, it's not impossible that the bot you directed to go to a sector with your F2 will not continue to do what you commanded it to just of its own volition, but it's no longer under your command once you issue a second F command. And which bot responds to an F command is also dependent on the sector type and the aircraft type. So if you F2 a mine, it's more likely that a bomber or a GA will respond. If you F4 a light fighter, more likely that some fighter type will respond. All right, what do we do for tier 9? Maybe F2H? And yeah, my advice when using F keys, I've mentioned this many times, so I'll just say it again, just in case it's new information to anyone. Keep it simple and easy as far as what you're asking of the bots. Don't F2 right after the game starts, after the match starts. Don't F2 a mine on the other side of the map, on the enemy side. You're basically sending 60 capture points, 60 easy capture points to your opponent, you're sending a bot GA or a bot bomber to a mine where you can expect human opponents to be. They have a massive advantage, much more likely to kill that target than the bot taking single-handedly the sector. So keep things very realistic as far as what you're asking the bots to do. If you've got a light fighter trying to kill you and it's down to like 50 hit points, F4, F7, you can realistically expect if there's a bot nearby to kill it before you die. That can realistically happen. But yeah, guard against the trap of using the F keys to help your opponent. That can easily happen. And yeah, keep it simple. It's less skilled than a human, right? So you got to give it things to do that require like very few steps, one step ideally. So if you've got a mine with, or any sector with like 20 capture points left to capture, then that's when I like using F2. They only really need one ground target or one air target to finish it. So even then, there's a good chance they're not going to be able to do it, but definitely a higher likelihood than if you have to full health sector, for example. A lone bot will basically never take an entire sector from full health by itself. That happens so rarely that it's a negligible percentage of the time. So go for those high chance of success plays for the bots. We've got a friendly bomber here in the Ju-287 in Verdun, so we're going to leave him at the command center. No sense in us both going there. The other team, we have HDA Doc in the 1099B2 and Bobby B. Jones in the GAC-15. We're playing the garrison first here. Not the most important sector, obviously, but we are positioning ourselves to hit their command center second, whether it's still neutral or red. Which is kind of a, as I would call it, a winning condition, having both command centers. Not that it's a must-have to win, but it provides conditions to get closer to victory if you can control both command centers. Another smaller winning condition would be Team Blue getting its command center first, and then you being able to delay Red getting their command centers by a significant margin. And you're getting your attack flights in the air before the opponent is, and you've got kind of a initiative advantage. In this case, we did not manage to do it, but we're here, so we'll be able to at least, hopefully, partially take this command center. Get closer to a scenario where we control both. Not as good as outright taking it from neutral, but that's kind of a low chance of success play. We cap an important sector on the other side from neutral. Most of the time you're gonna have to take it back from red. In this case, we didn't even really manage to delay it. But in a lot of scenarios, you can delay it, and then red will take it, and then you hope to survive until when it unlocks to take it back from them pretty quickly. Probably going to die and being chased by something that's more maneuverable than me, although we could use our speed to our advantage here. Let's try that. No 9G is sure keeping up with us more than I would want to. And the IL-10M, I believe, our bot here, finishing the job. Very nice, thank you, bot. We have more sectors than the opponent, so we can play a bit more defensively here, so going after the attack flight is certainly not a bad strategy. You got fewer sectors than the opponent, unless you have a huge points lead. Going after attack flights is usually a mistake. But being as low health as I am, I'm hoping the attack flight will actually kill me so I get to respawn in a fresh plane, but I'm also trying to reduce its numbers before dying as much as I can. Might even be able to get all 5 before dying. There we go.
The threat to the complex eliminated. Way to go!
Now it's awkward though, I only have 49 hit points left. I'm not going to be able to take the airbase with 49 hit points, I can tell you that in advance. Might be able to get some progress on it in terms of getting more than 40 capture points. Because I know I'm going to cost 40 capture points when I die. So I'm hoping to get 2 targets before dying. And be, in doing so, a net 40 points. Head. Oh, we took 3 targets, 160 pointer even, so now we're 100 points net. That was better than I hoped for. If the bot gets attacked, it also cancels the order. I didn't know that. Interesting. So you try to give them commands that don't involve running into enemies if possible. Like a corner, undefended garrison with no enemy planes at. You can definitely send a bot there to take the last kill that's needed to flip it. That sort of thing. Sending bots to defend blue sectors is also pretty risky because again you're putting a easy target inside the sector for the opponent to kill for 60 capture points. He does hit us with the rockets, but we have enough survivability to take the hit. We're close to a healing pad, so it's of little consequence. I don't know what he was hoping for there.
Hang in there. You'll soon be cut off from support.
All right.
Support will not be available. Victory is ours. We're waiting for your return.
Oh, it's time to feed Chad. I didn't realize it was dinner time already. Did have a lot of cleaning to do before I started streaming, so I started later than I realized. I started getting ready to stream at like around 1. Probably didn't start until 3. Yeah. I would like to keep going for a little while here. I'm just gonna feed Chad and make it look easy, thanks. That's a lot of muscle memory. I'll be right back, just gonna feed Chad, and I'll be back in a minute or 2. Thanks for your patience. All right. So we're already at tier 10 here. What do we do? IL 40p is a lot of fun to play, but I lose more matches than I do in other planes playing it. We already have 2 defeats today. Do we care though? Is it important? Or is playing the plane we have the most fun playing more important? I'm trying to let go of caring too much about my win rate. These last few months I've kind of reached some, achieved some goals I had set out to for myself in terms of leaderboard and all that, and I don't really have to care that much about my win rate anymore, having achieved those goals. And I don't have very well-defined goals like I've had historically anymore, which is a bit freeing in a way. I was trying to focus on more on content creation, I guess, these days, but funny given I haven't done anything in the last 2 weeks, 2-3 weeks or so. But hey, I'm streaming today, so we're back in it. Just been really busy at work, been taking up too much of my time and energy to really have a lot of spoons to create content, but hopefully that all like quiets down a bit now. And I can balance my life a bit more between content creation and work. Do have a week of vacations. I'm hoping to make a few YouTube videos. I have some pretty big projects though, as far as hoping to reorganize my furniture here. I've had my bed in my living room since before the holidays because my old neighbor would play about a 10-15 second long loop of prayer chants while they were sleeping, so I'm sure it helped put them to sleep, but for me it meant that I went to bed at midnight and at 5 a.m. I was still awake, grinding my teeth, being upset at the prayer music playing on a loop. So I ended up moving to my living room that doesn't share any walls with any neighbors. I mean, sleeping a lot better, but it's not an ideal setup, so I kind of want to move my bed back in there. I haven't heard the music since the holidays, so should be safe now. I can turn my living room back into a functional living room again. That's kind of the project. That and going through the boxes of junk I moved with 2-3 times now without ever having opened. Gonna get rid of that. I used to grow cannabis, I don't anymore. And I have a lot of equipment to get rid of. I know someone already who wants to buy it. Sell it to them for dirt cheap just to get it out of my space. I gotta get it together, list what I have, come up with a price, all that. So that's what I'm setting out to do. Even check which opponent we're in. We're up against Pickles in the Japanese light fighter. I just specialized that tier 10 yesterday. It was the last tier 10 I had that wasn't specialized. Still need 50 points. Okay, I thought we got enough capture points to finish it. And I was gonna make my way to the next sector. There we go. I like that I don't have to take too much of a detour.
bombers detected. Destroy them.
Right, another air kill for Garrison. Pickle is outcapping us so far. We are scoring more points, so he's probably getting a little bit more help from his bots, looks like it, judging by the scores. Maybe not. In any case, we have to step it up a bit here. Yeah, he's gonna get out of range before we can finish him. We know that. Not even any point in trying. And the bot players have a knack for calculating exactly when to turn away to get out with 10 hit points left. They get it wrong sometimes, but most of the time they don't. Right, we're having to fly through trees here, taking a few hit points of damage. Oh, hey, F-22 Hunter, how's it going? Glad you could join us. And we're even on points, now in the lead. Good, good, good. Had a bit of a slower start. We are in a slower plane, so he's got the advantage as far as getting to sectors faster than us. Can explain better start, but once we're in a sector, it's much easier for us to score capture points than it is for him. So over time, he should be able to outcap him. Oh, an ADA shows up in front of us. I wouldn't say to focus on air targets in a GA, but if they show up right in your line of fire, you got that big caliber stuff, why not hit them? Certainly bad strategy to like purposefully chase after air targets, though. You don't want to prioritize them. You just want to be kind of opportunistic. Right, we were low hit points, so he was going to kill us 10 times out of 10 there, but we did quite a bit of damage before he delivered the final blow. And now we get a fresh plane to go after that command center his bots flipped. And with college finals upon me, I guess. Oh yeah, it's that time of year, eh? Well, you got a summer break to look forward to. Are you taking any courses this summer? Are you going back home? Or? Oh, 30 hit points. The rockets, they do nothing! Oh, he's taking the garrison in the meantime.
Keep it up. Victory is almost ours.
And the airfield. Capable player, Pickles.
A line of thunderstorms is approaching. We'll soon be unable to provide support. Do you copy? Over.
I could crash here to get a new plane before squall line. That will slow us down in taking the next sector, though. So I'm just gonna take my chances with about half the hit points. I'd rather just work. Yeah, gotta see if the local community college has classes that transfer, right? I mean, if you've got the time to just get some credits, anything you can do to help finish your degree faster is not wasted, but you also have to consider, you know, do you have the spoons, do you have the capacity to learn properly, or does your brain need a few months to not be strained? All depends, right? Some folks can just learn and learn and learn like machines. Some other people like me, especially given I have ADHD, it's strenuous to take classes. The learning itself is pretty easy. Everything that comes with it. Showing up to class, doing homework, all that. It's takes a lot of spoons. Leaves me feeling pretty exhausted at the end, so I have to take some semesters off to just recover sometimes. Yeah, that was a great game. Both players did pretty good. But I think we got the right result, having capped 6 sectors, almost 600 caps. Already have my gen ed stuff done. Yeah, that's usually what's available in the summer, right? Electives and general courses, so it can be harder to find courses that give you credits. I know I want to take education-related courses because my translation degree has a education specialty tied to it, so I'd like to take some education courses at the local francophone campus of University of Alberta here. It's called Campus Saint-Jean. But I can't because they're only for B.Ed, like Bachelor of Education students that are registered there, so I can't just take them at random as a nobody. They're also 4 times the cost versus taking courses with the university I'm registered at in Quebec, because that's how much cheaper education is in Quebec. You pay a lot of taxes, but you get what you pay for. Many, many advantages to not even living in Quebec. I haven't lived there for almost 20 years at this point, and they still give me all the advantages I would get if I lived there as far as cost of education goes. So that's really nice. Take out the P38 here, so we're not replaying an already played plane. Yeah, so kind of hard for me to stomach paying like $1,500 for a single course when I can get 3 for that price. For less than that, actually. It's probably like $1,200 for 3. Because a bunch of the costs are, you know, one flat fee per session, regardless of the amount of courses you're taking. I do the Javelin or the Hunter pilot here. Probably Hunter. I want the... That's 1 300 kilogram bomb, so that's going to take a whole ground target regardless of demolition expert or not, so I'm going to go for the Javelin guy. Take more bonuses to aerial stuff. It's not all calibrated, unfortunately. Alright, we're going to have to spend a bit of time calibrating here. I know I burn off, I take too many classes for too long a period, yeah. So like, I'd rather not take a class this summer, personally. Yeah, maybe listen to what your mind is telling you would be my advice. Push too hard and then you end up in a summer session, you're going to take 1 class. If you take the 1 class at the cost of not letting your brain recuperate, then you might screw up or get lower results than you're capable of in a fall session with 5-4 courses, you definitely don't want that. The risk outweighs the reward in that case, right? Mom wants me to get out ASAP, so she's been bugging me to see if I can take classes over the summer. I see. Yeah, I know that reality. I moved out at 19. I was still in college. I mean, my mom helped me with costs, but that was a contributing factor to why I didn't finish the first degree I took. The rent to pay and all that. My mom was only able to pay so much. I was at a point where I was eating once a day, skin and bones, nothing in the fridge, so I went to get a job. I abandoned almost every course I had that semester. And I was planning on going back, but I never did. Well, not until my 30s now. C'est la vie. You do what you have to. I was really unlucky, actually. I could have gotten bursaries from the government. And I remember I got a very small amount, like $600 for the session, which barely just paid for a month of rent back then. And I would have gotten many times that amount if they had calculated that I lived too far from my parents to reasonably expect to, be able to travel to my parents' home to do laundry, that kind of stuff. So I guess they give you a much bigger amount if you live 50 kilometers or more away from your parents, and I was at 49.5 kilometers. If I hadn't known that, I would have moved, 2 blocks down the street, but I did not. I'm out only after moving, and kind of got royally screwed on that one. Of course, government bureaucrats are not about to make exceptions. Bless their heart. So need to help her around the house and work. Yeah. Yeah, not easy sometimes being stuck between a rock and a hard place. Especially as a young adult, I think we feel a sense of obligation towards our parents and whatnot, and that, for me anyway, that not that it's not a thing anymore, but it's less of a thing than it used to be. We're brought here to kind of live our own lives, right? Not to be at the service of the people who put us on this earth. And there's balance there. It's not entirely one way or another. But yeah, there's a point at which you, I guess, feel that you've paid your dues, so to speak. I still help my mom with things like, she has a car now that's paid off. She says she's not going to get another one once she's done paying off, done with this one, once it starts, breaking down and costing more in repairs than she can afford. And I've offered to just get, a used car and make the payments on it. This has to pay for license, repairs, and gas. I'll pay for the car itself. I don't think she's going to take me up on it, but, just an example to say that that's kind of the extent of what I'm willing to do these days. I live like 4 provinces away, 3,500 kilometers, so can't really be there physically to help with anything. Unless it's planned a long time in advance, I can plan to be there for my vacation. I did go to help her move once or twice. Kind of, not really what I want to do with my vacation time anymore. So I think if she was to ask that again, I would just offer to help her pay for movers. She is moving in June and hasn't asked me to help, so just gonna get movers. Also, like, as you get older, spending your vacations doing moving. I've spent so many weeks of vacation moving myself, especially the last like 5-10 years. So you get older, you kind of need your vacation time to not be so active, not come out of it more tired than you started, to just like recuperate. It's kind of, especially when you're in your 40s, you're kind of like right in the middle of your career. You're too far away from retirement for that to be really something you're thinking about in terms of like, oh hey, one final push and I'm done. I've got 20 to 25 years left, so definitely not one final push, one final 20 pushes. And you've already been at my case working for 25 years, so it's kind of need to manage my energy levels. Both in terms of like, and less in terms of physical energy, I would say, more in terms of mental energy. Sure. Like, I'm sick right now, and that's in my humble opinion. I'm no doctor, but I estimate that it's definitely a result of doing too much at work last month. I burned myself out, and then the body keeps the score, right? If you don't allow yourself enough time to chill and recuperate, if you just push past the mental fatigue, lack of sleep, all that, eventually catches up to you in the form of health problems. Anyway, enough old guy talk, I guess. Positive note, I've got about 3 years left before I get the maximum allowable amount of weeks of vacation every year, which is 5 in my collective agreement. But we do get a bonus week at 10 years, after 10 years, I should say. For your 11th year, you get a bonus week, so 6 weeks. And then every 5 years after that, you get that bonus week again. So definitely stubbornly not changing jobs. Will I keep my seniority? All the nice things that come along with that. Many times I've considered maybe changing.
Air supremacy achieved.
Not worth it. Just not worth it. I would consider changing within the organization before I just change employers again. Other factors, they're paying for my school, so already halfway done. I'd be a fool to just leave that on the table. I mean, I would finish and just pay for it myself, but I would definitely slow down the rate at which I'm capable taking classes financially. Though that might be less of a factor now. than it was when I was married, for example.
I'm proud of you, pilots.
All right.
Back home.
Easy win in tier 3. No problem. 15 kills. Nice. Oh, that was a bot game. I didn't even check. Do have a few things to do this evening before I go to bed. I gotta leave myself enough time. Probably need like an hour. I gotta review the bylaws for my union. We're rewriting our bylaws. I haven't had my input yet. AGM is coming, so must do that today. That still leaves me a few hours to keep streaming. Not sure I'm going to keep going for that long, but no pressure. All right, what do we do in tier 4? Do we do the C6, the Blenheim F? I'm more inclined to play the Blenheim F usually. I like the 4 bombs with the relatively quick reload time. It's a good candidate for... we're not in game yet. Maybe I can say the name of the award. I don't want to risk it. Maybe if I change it slightly, the Durbretsky. Is that changed enough that the employee at Wargaming watching me play is not going to catch on and press the red button? Hopefully. Rather just work, yeah. Yeah, 40-hour-a-week job is, you know, for the lucky few, they can have a 40-hour-a-week job, and especially if you have kids, a parent on top of that, and achieve other things outside of work and parenting, like, you know, there's some friends who run Ironman marathon, triathlons, or just be an athlete in general, or do other things. For most people, it's a bit much to do all of that. Just a 40-hour-a-week job, especially if you have like a disability, including, you know, invisible disabilities like ADHD. It tires you out more than it does someone else, basically. Requires a lot of going against the grain, I would call it. Especially in my case, I have delayed sleep phase disorder, so very challenging to sleep a normal amount of hours during the week when I have to wake up at 8 in the morning. I usually sleep less than 6 hours a night during the week. So just that alone is very mentally tiring. On top of that, there's all the social aspect of, frankly, being a fucking weirdo and trying to act normal at work. Masking, as they call it. That provides its own challenges. Not so much challenges, it's just tiring. Also got to deal with a lot of people who either don't understand or don't care enough to apply their understanding of how the ADHD workflow is. Well, if you're the boss of someone with ADHD, you kind of got to calibrate your expectations. you can expect as much quality and quantity of work from a person with ADHD, but don't expect them to go about it the normal way. You will find them at their desk at any given time wasting their time, or what it looks like wasting their time, but we work in bursts. We'll be like as productive as a normal employee for 2 hours, but then we've spent so much energy doing that we need to like do nothing for an hour. So if you catch us in that hour, it looks like we're, you know, wasting our time, but a boss who understands will tolerate that within reason, knowing that overall at the end of the day, when everything is said and done, you'll have done more than your fair share. I think being allowed to work at your own rhythm, and at your own pace, at your own rhythm. I'm lucky enough to have a boss that's pretty understanding like that. But it's not necessarily who I work with directly. My supervisor is just my supervisor. We don't really share a lot of files that we work on together. I work mostly with other people who have very varying degrees of understanding of the whole thing. Files I've been working on the last month or so, I'm sharing with a person who's I don't think calling them a micromanager is an understatement. Or an overstatement. It's rather probably an understatement. And suffice to say, that's contributed a lot to the state of exhaustion I'm in right now. You consider I've had to like take my laptop to the library, work somewhere where she can't find me. That's all I need to say. Right, despite them being down a human player, it looks like their P40 knows what he's doing. We are down both on points and sectors controlled, so it's time to fight back here. Yeah, that's an experienced player, I recognize his name. There we go, and we capped the other garrison on our side at the same time. So that just turned this match around on its head. I think he's getting a lot more out of his bots than we are, it looks like. Score wouldn't indicate it, but they're single-handedly flipping our airbase right now. They seem more coordinated than our bots, which doesn't necessarily show in the personal points. He's gonna respawn and go through this sector real quick here. So I can expect to have to deal with him being on my tail very soon. Hopefully get flip the sector first. And then hopefully also he kills me before squall line. There we go. Gonna do a Aloha snack bar. No need even, the bot killed us. Nice. Definitely wanted a respawn there. Have superiority, which is nice, but this is not a lock yet with the airbase possibly flipping and the way their bots have been playing. Okay, most of them seem to have been eliminated by now. I think we're good. Just fear kind of same scenario as in our first loss of the day where bots flipped. I think it was 3 or 4 sectors within seconds of each other to get superiority and
Victory is ours. We're waiting for your return.
costing us a match. Alright, we did win this one. Nice. Good numbers for being down tiered. We're short of Roar of the Skies. We're so short, the bar looks completely full. We are short 7 points to finish it. That is 1 more bullet hitting. 7 points, folks. Are you freaking kidding me? Yeah, well. I'm hesitating between the KI-45 and the ME-210. 45? Let's do the 45. Turret is not as good. It's very turny for heavy though. I would say the dispersion is a lot better too. How does the gun armament compare? 16 to 19, yeah. KI-45 is a slight advantage there. ME-410 is definitely not bad. ME-210, I mean, the 210 does have the advantage too of being a premium plane, so I can put a high skill pilot in it, whereas the KI-45 just has 1 pilot trained for it. That definitely doesn't have as many skill points as what's available in the 210. Last time I streamed, we did a little bit of a session of DJing at the end. Maybe we do that again. We make a tradition of it. I quite enjoyed it. It was a lot of fun.
You are approaching the area.
It just takes 5-10 minutes to set up. Well, now that I have all the cables within arm's reach, hopefully it'll take even shorter. Oh, wow. A 6-on-6 with Kragenskjold on the other side and as well as Shooter. Both really good players, but they're down tier to us. We have 2 OWSS players on our side as well, which begs the question whether they were timing their drop
You are approaching the front line. Off we go.
or whether it's just coincidental, but pressure on here. We have to have a good performance being up tiered. We don't necessarily need to carry, but we certainly need to pull our weight and then some. Have to be efficient about capping. Which is pretty easy to do in the KI-45. There being a lot less variance with so little dispersion than there would be in the ME-210, for example. Hi, Chad. You done your nap? You ate dinner? You're gonna come complain now? Okay, well, come on the chair. Maybe we can put the Chad cam on. Everybody loves a Chad cam. Hi. Okay, I'm not gonna do it mid-match here because circumstances of this match dictate full attention. This Kraken skilled, force shield. He's gonna upturn us, yep.
The enemy is launching rockets at us from the military base. Take action.
That's one failed sector capture attempt. Hopefully we can get a few crits on him before he kills us. Yeah, we did get a couple. Alright, well that gives me time to put the chat cam on. Oh, the cable's all tangled. God damn it. Alright, here we go. How's that look? Not very precise. That's a bit better. Here's Chad. Hello, Chad. Stay? Yeah, it's staying. Okay, good. And the team capped the sector in the meantime, so we're up by one sector now. Excellent. Should probably try to pressure their military base if we can make it there. Hi, Chad. My hands are full, buddy. You're gonna have to wait a bit. Here we go. I'm transferring sectors now. And do that with just one hand.
Our military base is launching strikes on the enemy. This will make things easier for you.
Okay, better to actually take a garrison than try to take the military base and fail. So I'm at the garrison. I think in an evenly contested match with good players on the other side, it's better to, you know, similarly to what I was explaining about what you're asking of your own bots to do with your F keys, try to keep your objectives simple and easily achievable in a match like this. I'm not going to go to the middle garrison. It looks like it's full of reds. If I crash and respawn next to the bottom garrison here, I'll probably get there faster than if I travel to the middle one. Looking pretty good so far as far as what our team is doing. But they have a bot with a lot of person points. So it looks like they're getting help from their bots. That is not anything we can do anything about though, so not gonna worry about it too much. Gonna keep capping. Look how fast they're taking back the garrison we just flipped. Alright, well, proceeding by elimination here, our only play is going to their military base, so we're not gonna have our bombs back. It's gonna be a tough ask to take it. I'm almost questioning whether I should go to the middle. At least F2 it. So that if we don't finish taking it, at least hopefully the bots can get the rest of the capture points we need. You have a high enough caliber to take some ground targets with our guns, but it'll take a while, and with the amount of anti-air guns shooting at us, we probably will not survive long enough. So there is all that to consider. At least take both ADAs. Falling short of that, I'm gonna be disappointed. Not a good move, dude. Not a good move. Head to head with a heavy or down tier 2 is not a good decision. And we will take it. Very nice. It gives us a serious option on the win. Maybe could have waited till after Squall 9 to kill this guy, but I tend to use offense as defense against human players. I don't want them killing me before I get a chance to kill them. Okay, very good. And Kraken's Guild gets us appropriately. Only the best player on that team. His performance sure seems to point in that direction. We're about to get superiority though, with those 2 missiles hitting their last garrison. And the second missile looks like it hit an already dead ground target, so fortunately the employee at Wargaming ensured that what I was predicting did not happen. Typical. And there we go. 1 missile salvo later, we do get superiority. Looks like it's a lock to me. Well, we certainly did as much as we needed to win this match. 4 sectors captured. GG, everyone. Pretty proud of that win, not gonna lie. That was probably the most challenging matchup we got so far today, and it looked like nothing was assured until the end. And we kind of secured the victory by getting that military base. I was not very confident about achieving that either. I'm thinking P38L here. Do love that thing. We good on consumables? Yep. Do I want to change this engine restart, which is very situational, or a much more universally helpful boost canister? I think I'm doing it. Alright, we're down tiered because of this unspec'd Spitty 9. Apologies.
You are approaching the front line. Off we go.
Trignal, I guess that's how you say it, not sure. And Boom Mofo. On the other side, we have M-Lid on our side, and Zero, we're the only spec plane out of either team. Try to gain some more altitude and not waste our ordnance without Mary's special ability being triggered. But we're taking a lot of damage right now. That should do it. Spitty incoming. I think he's ignoring us. I'm like your toxic girlfriend, dude. You don't want to ignore me. I demand attention. He took 2 ground targets out of our entire ordnance in the first sector. Oh, and he's respawning, and this time he pays attention to us, but I might be getting position on us. I'm just gonna leave the sector, anticipating to get killed here. Oh, and he turns around. Probably out of his range. But, that means he's no longer paying attention to us. Which only means one thing. I texted you like 5 minutes ago. How come you haven't answered, bro? Are you cheating on me? You're with another girl, aren't you?
Attention all fighters. Enemy bombers detected. Destroy them. The threat to the complex eliminated. Way to go!
Alright, Atlanta stand for too long. They've got higher score and 3 sectors to 2. Both command centers. That means they're overwhelming us with attack flights. Don't want to let too many of those spawn because we're going to have our hands full. They're kind of like compounding their advantage, having 2 command centers and spawning all that potential massive capture points. This Zero player is not killing his ADAs fast enough for my taste. Alright, 3 sectors to 2 now. But we have a sector probably about to fall. Let's go towards the bot who answered the call. Give him a chance to help us. And there we are, he's engaging. We have a bot after us. Okay, I think it's time to turn around and face the music. Yeah, just half the team after us there. At least we didn't die inside a sector or anything dramatic like that. Closing the gap on victory points. We go directly for the garrison here, but I'm gonna opt to defend the command center first. It's kind of on our way anyway. Is that our teammate? No, that's a bot, okay. I'm gonna leave that multi-role. He's not really a threat by himself.
We cannot support you any longer. The storm is too heavy. Do you copy? Over.
Oh, it's doing nothing again. We couldn't get away from the Spitfire with our speed. Only hope is a bot bailing us out. We can hide behind the mountain, maybe. Yeah. This is unfortunately going to be another loss. Look at the personal points on that human zero. The bots did way better than ours too, from the looks of it. This isn't exactly a lock for them yet, but I'd put their chances of winning at 99%, maybe. Getting me after Squall Line was definitely the nail in the coffin. Up to that point, I think we still had a decent chance. Yeah. $285 caps was not enough. Neither was 3 sectors captured. Struggled in that one a little bit. Would have been a lot closer if our teammate had had a better performance, but that's not anything that's in our control, so.
You've done what you could. Go
Yeah.
back to base.
I'll give them a GG. We play 8 matches each when we go up the tiers, so we're on our 3rd victory out of 2.5, so that's about 20 games. We're still about 85% for the day. Yeah. Yeah, 0 on almost any map. You start getting a lot of 5-sector maps, and the speed at which you transfer from sector to sector becomes increasingly a factor as you move up the tiers. And I think at tier 6, it's high enough of a tier that the 0 is at a significant disadvantage because of its lack of speed. All right, I think we're going to do one more. Do the VB10. And then I'm going to set up to play a little bit of music before we end the stream. Maybe do like an hour of music, something like that. Gather up my cables.
Attention! You are entering the combat zone. Get ready for battle. Good luck. You are approaching the front line. Off we go.
Oh, tanker scout on the other side. We're down tiered. VB10 is not too bad down tiered. Plenty of firepower to make up for the your hit point counts. Not decent speed.
A large enemy force is attacking the military base. Proceed with caution.
Yeah, they're too late. Trying to wait for the sector to unlock. He's gonna leave it though. Maybe he's coming back into it. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi. Alright, 60 points right there, that helps. IL is leaving the sector, not entering it. I expect Tanker Scout to respawn and come straight for me. There he is. Seeing him coming. I have a little bit more gun range than he does, so hopefully that makes a difference. Nope. Well, it's not like we were gonna outturn him, so I really don't see a different play working out better. Did damage him quite a bit, so possible that he may perish inside the sector. Okay, 94-1 is heeding my call. Let's go, little bot. You can do it. They're gonna have our garrison soon. This is not starting well. Alright, so we saved them from completely running away with this match by taking this military base here. Just gonna leave this IL-8 with a few capture points. And then go try to have a sector with a third of his hit points. And hopefully die inside the sector. Stay out of that Ki-94's range. And we had the best of the Spitfire, but I hadn't seen Tanker Scout coming. The garrison did flip though. They are trying to get our military base back. And finally we have more sectors than they do. We are certainly getting enough capture points so far to make a big difference, but it doesn't seem to be enough of a difference to get into a winning situation. They might take the military base before I can do anything about it here, which would be very bad. They just have to get that ADA. Okay, I managed to save it. Nice. Yes, so close yet so far. Here's that Spitty again. I'd like to return this message, but I got on my hands full a bit. Get out of that B-32's turret. We would ideally need a fourth sector. I think the military base is about to get it. There we go. So one rare situation here where defending is the right strategy. Yeah, the red team just all of a sudden completely collapsed. We win the head-to-head this time, which is just allowing him to respawn with a full health plane before Squall Line while we're only half hit points, but we have superiority, so wasting precious time by respawning. There's that.
Victory is in sight. Keep it up.
Absolutely was the turning point.
That's it. There's no way to break through for you now. You're on your own.
Getting away from the red side of the map, knowing he's gonna come after me. Nice comeback. It was looking very uncertain for a while.
I'm proud of you.
Yeah, really the turning point was us saving this military base at the last possible second. Combination of luck to make it there on time and know-how to know to try to make it there on time. You make your own luck, as they say. All right, am I short 7 XP there too? Oh, more than 7. But not a lot. 841. All right, well, c'est la vie. All right, give me a second to set up here. I mute myself because it's going to make a bit of noise.